Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our meeting of September 12th, 2023. Can I please have the calling of the roll?
Mayor Sidney.
Present.
Reeve Eman.
Present.
Councillor Sobalski.
Present.
Councillor Dick.
Present.
Present.
Councillor Legree.
Present.
Councillor McDonald.
Present.
And Councillor McWhirter.
Present.
Mayor Sidney, we have quorum.
Thank you very much. Any declaration of pecuniary interest? Hearing and seeing none. I would like to then move down to K.1, under closed session, that Renfrew Town Council convene in closed session with CAO Rob Tremblay, Treasurer Broom, Clerk Charbonneau, and representative of Renfrew Hydro Inc. remaining in the room pursuant to the following sections of the Municipal Act 2001. 2, Section 239K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or be carried on by or behalf of the municipality or local board, more specifically how it relates to Renfrew Hydro Inc. loan requests. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor McDonald, the seconder. Councillor McWhirter, all in favor? Carried. That is, we are now in closed session at 5:09. We just rose from closed session with our HI and had a discussion with them. As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many years of continued displays of friendship. We also thank all of the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Please rise for Canada. All right, moving on to C.1, presentation, the Transportation Master Plan update. Steve Taylor, the Executive Officer of BTE Engineering, is with us via Zoom. Welcome, Steve. We appreciate you here. I think you're here. There it is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll turn it over.
How's my volume?
Yeah. You're good to go.
Okay. And the slides. So just thank you very much, Council. Tonight I'm just going to give an overview of the status of where the Master Transportation Plan stands. It's a combined effort of consultant, town staff, as well as townships from Edmundston, Horton, County Renfrew, MTO, and the BIA are part of our steering committee, so guiding us as we go through this process. Next slide. And really, the agenda is I'm just going to give you a sort of background for some of the work that's been going on, data collection, the traffic work, and then take a snapshot of the preliminary recommendations that will be tabled this fall to the public. Next slide. And introduction, so go to the next slide. So the introduction is the TMP is going to provide a plan for the town. That plan will actually be utilized for both land use planning and infrastructure planning around the corridors that are defined by the master plan. It's going to create projects, policies, and programs that'll be implemented over time, and it's we're thinking a vision for the town. So it will have some time frames that I'll show you tonight, but those time frames will be flexible as the development occurs in the town. Next slide. So, as I described, there'll be projects, programs, and policies. So these will define standards for the road corridors, right-of-way widths, sidewalks, intersections, and other transportation infrastructure that'll be planned, protected, and implemented over time. And I'll show you slides later on, some of those that are part of the current recommendations. Go to the next slide. So the next slide just shows the location for the study area. So it goes beyond the boundaries of the town of Renfrew, and we've got partners that are also contributing and it may protect elements that go beyond the boundary of the town of Renfrew, although we realize the focus is development lands within the town, but we're looking at a broad picture. Next slide. The Class A process is a formal process that we have to go through to do this planning and implementation of a plan for the town. It recognizes an approved planning process, and if you go to the next slide, it just shows you the graphics of the planning process. So the Class A process is going to complete the first two phases of the mandatory planning and design process for projects. Some of the smaller projects will be approved with this implementation of the master plan. Some will require later additional steps before implementation of larger projects, but this is the process that's mandated by the province to follow. Next slide. So what we've done is we've defined a baseline of existing conditions and issues, and we've engaged the public. We had a first open house where we engaged asking for people for issues to be solved, ideas, and they all have become part of our long list of potential programs, projects, or policies. And we've taken those long lists, we've tracked them as we've gone through based on the traffic demand we're forecasting, and the best of those ideas have been carried forward. Go to the next slide. I'll just describe it. From a transportation perspective, we've done data collection and traffic forecasting in the future based on future growth and development areas that will happen in the town. We go to the next slide. It shows we've considered a range of, sorry, go back one slide. I'm looking at the screen, so my vision of the slide you're on is I'm thinking this is the one that shows land use growth and scenarios. So what we've done is we've taken a look at longer term growth scenarios. So they've got a range from a low to a high range. The low range is sort of backward looking in time at what the growth has happened historically, and then the medium or higher growth forecasts are really reflective of growth that could occur with the expansion of 417, and we've got a range of forecasts that could be possible. If you go to the next slide, it shows the growth areas that are available within the town boundaries, and those are the ones that we've looked at the highest growth scenarios for traffic demand and surveying those areas. Some of them are not as well served by the existing transportation network. So the ones in the west, in the bottom left of the slide, would be those that need better accessibility for development. Next slide. We've also met with some of the developers that have lands in these areas. But what we've done is we've blanketed the town with the traffic counts. From a traffic engineering perspective, we look at screen lines. These would be boundaries where traffic crosses, where we take a look at the capacity and the demand across those lines. And then we forecast the future demand across those. And we've used those as a benchmark to identify where additional new infrastructure should be planned and protected for. If you go to the next slide, getting away from exact numbers, these are the main conclusions that we've got from the screen line analysis. But so the importance of the 3 interchanges for access to Highway 17, and I'll show those in a second, but our team and I actually did the planning for MTO for their 417 expansion plan. At the time we did that in the early 2000s, we identified the desirability for a 3rd interchange at the town of Renfrew. So that's been added to the plan for the ministry. And we're trying to grow on the plan for connections to 417. We require additional capacity across the Bonnechere River. And you'll see we've got corridors that are shown for protection. The southeast and southwest development areas require additional east-west capacity to support the development in those areas. The northeast development area requires additional capacity and eventually crossing of the Bonnersha River to support the new Boundary Road Collector Road. And there's a need for stage expansion of O'Brien Road, including Hall Avenue extension and Barnett Boulevard extension areas. So we've got good capacity both north and south of O'Brien Road. And we've identified the need to improve the efficiency of the Raglan Hall Avenue Veterans Memorial intersection with a future linkage to Opeongo Road to simplify the geometry in that area. And we've also identified the need or desirability to improve the Highway 132 connectivity to change the current orientation of the connection to the downtown without going through some of the residential areas. Next slide. So as I said, we've kind of predicated our plan on expanding what we've completed for the Ministry of Transportation. So 3 interchanges are planned. The first one is approved to the north. Go to the next slide. Second would be, this is the connection at O'Brien. And then if you go to the next slide, this is the one that was added. So the southern connection for Gillen Road. And the connectivity between the town and Highways 417 will utilize these 3 locations. Next slide. We've also identified and respect that there's higher peak summer demands associated with the provincial highway network going through the town. And that's where we prioritize some of the provincial highway network connections as part of the plan. Next slide. So to give you kind of a sneak peek of preliminary recommendations, so these aren't final, they won't be final until we show them to both the final steering committee and to the public at our next open house, but we've divided it into planning horizons. So we'll talk about short-term priorities. So this shows some of the elements of the plan for short-term measures. So improvements on O'Brien Road, improvements in downtown Renfrew Street, Raglan intersection, providing a left turn lane. And if we march it in time, go to the next slide, kind of gives a graphic like intermediate or medium term projects that could be implemented. You'll see that there's a series of roundabout controls along O'Brien Road that will improve the efficiency on O'Brien in advance of future 4-laning and network connections. And we've also shown the longer term implementation of the interchanges by NTO. So we have identified some elements of the plan that are by others. And if you go to the next slide, just show some of the longer term, and we've called these 10 to 20 years, but some of these would be beyond 20 years. Longer term network connectivity. Some of these are roads that are outside the current town of Renfrew, but they would show a logical progression of network connections both in and outside the town of Renfrew. Again, providing accessibility to the interchanges on 417. So if you go to the next slide, it's sort of a combo of all the projects. There's been a long list, but someday these linkages may all be completed, but it allows the ones within the town to anyways be the corridors that will be identified for infrastructure to be planned in development areas. It gives certainty for some of the developers for where they have to plan and protect their developments. Some of them will have to provide collector roads through their developments that fit with this plan. Some will have to provide collector roads that change the orientation of how the access will be in the developments based on this plan. And it'll be all subject to comments at our next public meeting. If you go to the next slide, part of the plan includes plans for the trails and parking areas in the town. And if you go to the next slide, it gives a perspective of some of the trucking routes. And recommendation is that in the end, we have recommendations that there be, routes that will be known as, by bylaw for trucking or truck routes. Doesn't preclude trucks from leaving a truck route to make a delivery or pickup in a location that's on a truck route, but they should proceed back to the truck route after they've left the network. And the next slides, I just have a serious part of the plan will be to define standards for new road classification. So if developers or the town implement new projects or we're defining right-of-ways for protection, they'll fit into these categories of roads, and this will be the width for greenfield development. For brownfield developments, there'll be a relaxation for these standards, but so this is a local road standard. We go to the next slide. Progression of minor and major arterial roads. Go to the next slide. This is major arterial roads with divided or undivided cross sections. And the next slide shows the dimensions that would be used for roads that are outside the urban area where there would be a rural arterial roads with a wider cross section. And when development proposals are come up for review by the town, they will pull out the master plan to define the standard of the day that developers will have to provide lands for new roads based on our town standards. Next slide. So our next steps, so go to the next slide. So we've progressed from having an initial study design where we told the public what we plan to proceed with, got input. We've had our first open house before we put ideas on paper to get suggestions from the public, generated a long list of potential improvements, part of the plan. We've taken to our steering committees, and our next step is we will plan for the fall to take it to our next open house, which we expect to be combined with an associated project with the Whitten Road closure in the Renfrew East development area for land use planning that would run in parallel at the end of the master transportation plan. Next slide. So this is just an update of kind of where we stand. Recommendations aren't finalized. The timing of some of the improvements are not finalized. But at the end, we'll end up with a list of projects that will come into different timelines. Some will be different jurisdictions, so the county, the ministry, townships. After our next open house, the plan is that we bring back a report to council for endorsement of the plan, and we review any comments that we receive from the public on the plan that we're evolving. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council? No? That must be a fantastic presentation. Revimo?
From my page, thank you. Yeah, about page 3, you mentioned public transportation and transit options was another slide. So any suggestion or hints as to what you're leaning towards? Are you leaning towards more park and ride or more bicycles? Or
it would be park and lot. Our advice is that right now that it would be, park and ride lots or commuter bus service or paired transit type of facilities, but not a transit system for the town based on the size and population.
Okay, thank you. And if I might, Your Worship, so at the end of the day, will we have an appendices with brief suggestions of policies that we need to develop about when we use a multi-use, when we, what kind of criteria we use to select whether it's a multi-use pathway or it's 2 sidewalks or 1 sidewalk? Will it be in that kind of depth? Will there be a scorecard or policy about developing a scorecard, and here are the 5 things you need to consider? Is it going to be that in depth?
It'll give direction for what a recorder would be, and for some things that the process you'd follow for establishing the warrants for PXO crossings, traffic calming. It would give direction on what the process would be for some of those decisions.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Director Adel?
Yes, I was just going to comment, as part of the master plan, there is a network of trail systems that will be kind of mapped out, and, logical places to expand the multi-use trails along corridors, and so there will be policies that Steve will develop that says, arterial roads should have pedestrian facilities on both sides of the road, for instance, where a local road may require only one side or none in particular areas. So yeah, those policies will be expanded upon. And I know Steve and I will be having a discussion with Sunshine Coach just to make sure that their system is recognized into the master plan and being sort of used and being expanded upon to its full potential. But it won't be a specific transit plan per se, but I think it's significant enough of a transportation facility that it needs to be recognized in the master plan.
Perfect, thank you. Review?
And if I might, also, is there a thought, given that Highway 417, once it's expanded to Renfrew, there will be likely a noticeable time lapse before it gets four-laned past Renfrew. Is there any kind of a thought to establishing a node here? Because I can't remember the exact phrasing, but I know there are certain trucks that have to stop at the end of four-lane and then they offload, and there's a distribution to smaller trucks to move things across, from here within our community, but I'm guessing probably across the park into Halliburton and those areas. So is there any kind of suggestion or recommendation that we establish a node? And I call them continuous trucks, but I can't remember the exact title. I know that they stop at the end of the four lanes because of the size of them.
Yeah, there is a network in the province for the larger trucks with the dual LCV trucks. When they get to a point that leave the system, and the system is 417 will be it. They have to get permits or approvals for that unloading. So there is a provincial plan for where that occurs. So it's driven a little bit by development as well.
Councilman Quarter?
Through you, Mayor. So these recommendations, based on the timelines and what you've laid out for each timeline, these are the recommendations based on the agencies you dealt with for your survey, and they're going to be, so they're your recommendation. These are going to be taken to an open house in the fall for the ratepayers to decide if they're on the same page as this recommendation. Is that right?
Correct. So it's part of the two-way exchange of information with the public and developers. But the developers we've talked to so far have indicated their willingness to, participate in the direction of where the collector roads in their development should be to match the plan. So we have had some engagement with them to date.
Review.
Just to be clear, though, it's not an episode of voting for, it's a consultation, and then and then it goes back into the hopper, and then recommendations come to us, and it's ultimately us that decides the plan. It's not a public plebiscite or vote.
Right.
Thank you.
It definitely is. I'll confirm that. It's just listening, and it's council's decisions on what the plan will be and priorities for implementing the plan.
Director Hazel.
It's just one final comment. Steve is excellent at presenting at public information centers. I think one of the most important thing is this plan will last, many tens of years, and it'll guide the transportation system over the next 30 or 40 years. And some of it is pretty high level, and you may see an extension of a road and you'll say, wait a minute, there's a house there, or there's a big ravine there. So there's lots more planning to do, but I think the important thing is that the public and property owners and anybody that has interest in the development of the transportation system actually attend the open house, take a look at what's being proposed, and provide meaningful comment for the consultant and the town's consideration. So there's a lot of work that went into this to date, and there's a lot more work to go on, but I think the public participation is very, very important to make sure that everybody's interests are, are taken into consideration. I know we've heard from several property owners, and we've coordinated meetings personally with some of these developers, and the meetings have been very well received, and they've led to reservations of even some of the corridors that we're proposing in this plan, and they see large benefits to to providing input at this stage, and they're very much encouraged to participate in the public information centers.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions? Well, thank you very much, Steve. It was great, and we look forward to the public presentation and continuing with the work you're doing, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Right. Moving on to C.2, a presentation asset management plan presented by Darla Campbell, Associate, Dillon Consulting Limited. We'll just wait till she gets here. Hi, Darla, welcome. I'm basically going to hand it over to you to do your report, and do you have slides for her? Okay.
I do have slides, thank you.
Perfect. Whenever you're ready, I'll let you go.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Good evening, Council. It's great to be here to bring some highlights from the asset management plan project that was completed last year. This is a build on the orientation that you had at the beginning of Council late last year, and we wanted to bring some highlights to you. So my name is Darla Campbell. I am with Dillon Consulting, and I was part of a team with Watson and Associates and the Ontario Clean Water Agency that together pulled together your asset management plan and related studies. We can move to the next slide. The agenda for today, just double checking that we're in the right place. The agenda for today is the asset management overview. Do we have slides for today or no? Just a quick check on tech.
Hi, Darla. So we have them streaming on a large TV screen here.
Okay.
If you can go through the slide deck, if you want me to switch slides, just say next slide and everyone can see it here.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. I just want to do a check. Thanks, Victoria. All right, so looking at the agenda. So we have the asset management overview showing the alignment with policy and the regulatory requirements. We'll talk about the unique approach that the town of Renfrew took for this project. We'll talk about the asset management plan summary and some highlights that you'll find in your 2022 plan. Then we'll talk about next steps in asset management, because asset management is a journey. It's a continuous improvement process, and it's intended to help municipalities to make informed decisions to deliver levels of service today and into the future. We'll talk about regulatory compliance, operationalizing asset management, and acknowledgement. Next slide. There we go. All right, so asset management is investing wisely over the long term. It's about balancing operation risks and costs and providing community with the right services at optimal cost and keeping your community's future needs in mind. And it's so perfect that I get to follow the Transportation Master Plan presentation, because that's the long-term future for your road network within the community. We looked at core assets, the water, wastewater, stormwater, water vertical, which are the buildings, wastewater vertical, again, buildings, stormwater management, culverts, roads, bridges, and culverts. And then non-core assets included sidewalks, buildings, fleet, and waste. Next slide. And asset management delivers value to your community through the performance of your assets. And in order to meet that performance, it's balancing risk, and there is a requirement for cost investment. Next slide. There's 7 essential questions in asset management that you can see on the slide. And the first 2 questions really help to answer the question about asset inventory. What do you have and where is it and what is it worth? Question number 3 is about the condition and expected remaining service life. Question 4 is about levels of service, and what are the levels of service expectation and what needs to be done to meet that level of service. 5, 6, and 7 are about the analysis and strategy. So when do you need to do the work? How much will it cost? What's the acceptable level of risk? And how do you ensure long-term affordability? Next slide. All right, so the alignment with policy. So you have a strategic asset management policy. It's policy number C31, and it talks about, here are a few highlights, that asset management planning will not occur in isolation from other goals, plans, and policies of the town. Talks about an integrated approach, talks about practical asset management plans, and it talks about the vision to be congruent and support the vision of your community. Next slide. Also, regulatory alignment. Ontario Regulation 588.17 is the asset management for municipal infrastructure regulation. Phase 1 was development of a policy. Phase 2 was the asset management plan for core assets, and phase 3 is for non-core assets. So you've already completed those 3, so you're ahead of schedule for the July 2024 timeline in phase 3. There are a few additional action items for phase 4, which you have until July 2025, and we'll talk a little bit about that in the presentation. Next slide. So moving to the approach to the project. So the town, and we'll move to the next slide, the town of Renfrew took a very unique approach, and I think it's world-class, the approach that the town took. And the idea was to look at the asset management plan and related studies, take a look at the planning documents that, if they were delivered together, would, and if those reports were integrated, that there would be a better service to the municipality. So out of this project, you received your asset management plan. There was a development charges study. There was community benefit charges study. There was a water wastewater financial plan and the water wastewater rate study. So this combined approach, updating your asset management plan at the same time as these related studies, provided significant benefit to the town. Next slide. All right, so we've got a few more details about the team members on this slide. We'll jump to the next slide. So there's some efficiency that we looked at. So we're looking at the multi-team firm to deliver this. So Dillon Consulting led the asset management plan and the overall project. Watson and Associates looked at the financial analysis for the asset management plan, as well as the other related studies. And then the Ontario Clean Water Agency came to this project team to, and they do operate the treatment assets, to assist with the condition assessment of the water vertical assets and to bring that information to the asset management plan. Next slide. All right, study process and opportunities. So bringing this all together was an opportunity to be innovative and provided, we believe, better value overall to have these reports integrated and to meet the various timelines that were required to meet regulatory requirement. Next slide. So here we have the asset management plan, the development charges. Community benefit charges didn't need to move forward because there was a regulatory change, but it was envisioned to be considered as part of this project. The water wastewater financial plan was done in alignment with the drinking water license and the drinking water works permit. And the water wastewater rate study provided predictable, sustainable water rates in light of declining consumption. So this was all taken into account as part of the asset management plan and related studies. Next slide. So we take a look at the efficiencies and the inputs. We have information coming from condition assessment, capital projections modeling, known priorities from the town moving into the capital projections, moving to financial analysis and into the water rate study. So the next slide is a bit of a build on the inputs and efficiencies. So we had the Clean Water Agency supporting those top items. We had Dillon supporting the estimating condition and levels of service for capital projections modeling. known priorities from the town into the capital projections for the linear assets. And then we had Watson and Associates working on the financial analysis and the water rate study. So bringing these together, next slide. We end up with an integrated approach that delivered multiple reports and studies that the town required. And this work forms part of the asset management plan. Next slide. All right, so moving on to the asset management plan summary. So some highlights. The next slide talks about the levels of service survey. So there were 239 responses to the online survey that was delivered, identified satisfaction with services, willingness to pay, priorities for funding, and preferences were identified. And this was incorporated into the asset management planning process. Next slide. All right, some highlights from your plan. So inventory, there's condition on the right-hand side. There was risk, looking at each of the components of assets within your asset management plan and the risk associated with each of those, as well as level of service on the bottom right-hand corner. So this was incorporated in your asset management plan. Next slide. So the asset value, the current replacement value of all of your infrastructure together is $556 million, pretty significant amount of value, and you can see how that total is built up. We talked about strategy on the right-hand side of looking at a deterioration curve and finding out the optimum time to improve the condition and extend the useful life and to define the life cycle activities, and then looking at the financing requirements at the bottom. And I have a couple more slides on that. Next slide. So looking at the funding requirements to continue to maintain and looking at the development charges to be used to collect funding for infrastructure needs based on growth. And the asset management plan does speak to current funding sources that are available and how an asset management plan helps you to be prepared to apply for these various funding opportunities. Next slide. All right, as we look at the funding requirements, the total value of the assets, $556 million, and the estimated annual funding requirements to maintain the current level of service ranges from $5.7 million to almost $15 million over the next 10 years on an annual basis. So the graph on the top there is for the point assets for the buildings, and the graph at the bottom is for your linear assets. And we combine those, we can see the significant need for infrastructure funding to help Renfrew meet its level of service goals. Next slide. Project also included an opportunity to look at stormwater, and specifically we generated a stormwater memo to look at available funding sources for stormwater infrastructure. We reviewed 20 municipalities in Ontario for types of rate-based structure, and there is a recommendation that the town consider implementing a fee for stormwater management that recovers the cost associated with maintaining, monitoring, rehabilitating, and replacing assets. So that could be part of your toolkit in the future. Next slide. So as we look to wrap up the presentation here, we're talking about the next steps in asset management. So next slide. So under regulatory compliance, the phase 4 compliance is by July of 2025. So by that time, all of your asset management plan needs to be approved by council. That includes a discussion of proposed levels of service, what activities will be required to meet the proposed levels of service, and a strategy to fund those activities. And so that's up and coming for 2025. Also in the regulation, there is a requirement for an annual report to council about the current progress of asset management. There are opportunities to enhance your asset management plan by adding green assets and also looking at the assessment of vulnerabilities caused by climate change. And then there's a requirement to update your asset management plan no longer than 5 years between updates. So target that for 2027. Next slide. And asset management and operationalizing asset management really is an activity that is integrated with each of the departments that deliver services at the town. It's about integrating with finance. It's about identifying the roles that council and staff have in meeting the levels of service and delivering service to the community. It's about maintaining data through regular updates and looking at continuing to advance the maturity of your organization in asset management. And according to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, there's 5 key components to an organization's maturity, and they are listed there. Next slide. And last but not least, a couple of recommendations in the asset management plan to expand collection of performance data to track and report whether the town is on target to meet proposed levels of service, and then continuing to collect condition assessment information of buildings, facilities, and roads prior to the next asset management plan update. And then next slide, not to forget about climate change. There is an opportunity to develop a climate mitigation adaptation strategy and looking at climate change vulnerability assessment for the community moving forward. That would be an enhancement to the work that we've done in the asset management plan. So next slide. Identifying, acknowledging that the team who contributed to the project, we had staff from all departments who attended workshops and contributed information to the asset management plan. Asset management is a team sport. We acknowledge the members of the public who participated in the level of service survey, and we recognize the technical leads for each of the sections. And that takes us to the next slide, which is questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council? Revimo?
So when you look at the number 5.7 million to 14.9 million, that's a fairly significant investment on an annual basis. So then I'm also aware that the federal government and the province have wrapped up with the, I think it's the ICIP programming. And when I look at pages 22 or slide 22 and 23, that certainly tells us that we need that funding because that funding has been critical to get us to the levels we're at now, but to continue to invest, for the sake of argument, if it's 5.7 million, probably 3 more million a year for us is not likely doable without assistance. So I guess part of the lesson here is we have to get more active in joining with other municipalities to talk about whatever the new ICIP program is going to be, and the OCIF fund, which we've been using as well. So it's a nice heads up, and I'm assuming you've got more background information that we can pull from that as we start to educate the other 2 levels. So that's the first thing that jumped out at me was the 5.7 million, 14.9 million, or 14.9. It's just, that's not something we can jump to. At the end of 10 years, we may be at 5.7 million, or in 5 years, but we can't do it. We can't do it on our own to go there immediately. So that's the worrisome part. Thank you.
Director Roslin?
Yeah, just provide a comment on that. Our asset management plan in 2004 took a very similar approach where the funding levels to just sustain the level of service that we were at was such that we couldn't afford it as a community, you know, with all our capital and our operational costs. We made the province aware that our water rates were some of the highest in the province already, and we've kind of tapped out on the tolerance of the consumers to you know, to charge them more for water. And we've used that successfully in pretty much all our funding applications. And I see this as sort of a refresh, and the dollar values are higher. You know, the costs of projects are much higher, but the town will have to continue to use that strategy that, you know, we need provincial and federal funding to be able to accelerate our asset management plan targets, for sure. And a good asset management plan goes a long way towards that goal.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just have more of a comment, and I think it's more towards the public. You know, when you see that we need to fix our roads and we need to fix all this infrastructure, we need to see all that stuff to maintain everything we got. It's over $500 million of stuff that we have to, you know, take care of and make sure it's working and stuff like that. So it's a large thing over time. It builds and builds and builds, and I think that's why it's so important to do stuff like this and to share with the community that this is what we have and this is what we have to take care of. And I think it's very valuable, so I really appreciate it, Darla. Thank you very much. Any other final questions? Revimo?
I just wanted to I've been assured by the federal and provincial government that they have 3 priorities in the new funding model they're going to put forward. It's protecting communities, which is continuing to invest in critical underground structure, including drinking, wastewater, stormwater, which ensures the safety of communities. And they're also wanting to protect from flooding and also allow communities in to support growth. So that's when I looked at the stormwater memo. They want to support communities to get projects done and continued support. And then the other one is to build communities. So they're talking about critical infrastructure for housing. Affordable and attainable housing seems to be the focus over the next 10 years. They're talking about the province has made a request for $10 billion a year for the next 10 years. So I'll keep you up to date on that. But it sounds like 22 and 23 line up very nicely with the three provincial focuses. And I just got the letter today.
Great, thank you. Director Oswald?
Just a closing comment to Dylan and the team. When we put the RFP together with all of these different components, it was a very challenging project, and it was quite different than a normal delivery of an asset management program. And Darla, the background information were tens of thousands of pages of information that we collected. And they knocked it out of the park. Actually, we did our drinking water license renewal, our water and sewer rate studies, our development charges bylaws. We accomplished a lot, and it was a lot more efficient doing it in the manner we did compared to individually doing all these reports. We did present at the Canadian National Asset Management Conference this approach because it was quite different than a normal approach and trying to integrate not just what we have for assets, but what we need in the future for assets. So congratulations to Darla and the team for doing the project. It was challenging, from their team's perspective to kind of coordinate because they weren't used to talking to each other on these types of projects, but they did a good job in the end. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from council? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Darla, for your time. We appreciate it and all your hard work. We look forward to hearing more. Thank you. All right. Moving on to C.3, any announcements or community events? Councillor Gray.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, just want to remind the public that on Saturday, September 30th is National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and the town will be holding an event in Mattaway on September 30th from 11 a.m. till 12 noon. The event will be put on by Director Thompson and Community Outreach Coordinator Fraser, and we'll have 7 Indigenous drummers with singers, a speaker speaking about the education purposes of truth and reconciliation. I think the town's also looking at getting some busing from the town hall out to Mattaway and back again. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I do know there's a welcome community on this coming Wednesday, not tomorrow, the next Wednesday, at the Legion from 6 till 8. Has over 30 vendors there, highlighting what they do, what they offer. It used to be called New to the Frew, but now it's community showcase. That's right. So I encourage people to go to that, as well as on Friday next week is the National Day of Recovery, and there will be stuff happening down here at Low Square with a lot of social service providers and stuff recognizing the importance of recovery and taking away the stigma of it. So those are up and coming. Moving on to D.2, Infrastructure, Public Works, and Asset Management. I would like to ask the Chair if there's anything the Chair would like to talk about before we get into the reports.
Thank you. The reports are pretty well laid out. Everything was pushed through the committees at time of committee for council's review. So that's I'll leave it at that for today.
Thank you. D.2.1. That Renfrew Town Council approved the award of the McNabb Crescent Rehabilitation Project to Thomas Cavanaugh Construction Limited, excuse me, in the amount of $139,552.73, plus any applicable taxes. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Andrew Dick. I will turn it over to Acting Director Jameson.
Thank you. This report is McNabb Crescent Rehabilitation, and this project was included as a priority project due to its deteriorating sidewalk and road conditions. If you see in the attached report the photos, or if you've been out there, the concrete and the sidewalk the top surface has completely failed, and there's almost nothing left in most of the areas, and it's just the aggregate underneath it. So that's when, at the end of last year, we went out for an estimate to remove the sidewalk and replace with curb because of the size of the cul-de-sac and the foot traffic and the volume traffic. It wasn't necessary to put a sidewalk back in. So an estimate came in, and that's for the removal of sidewalk, for a new curb, and just a meter strip around it, plus tying in driveways and some grass. And that's what was included in the budget of $70,000. While putting it out to tender, we wanted to include provisional work to get the remainder of the cul-de-sac paved. So that way you can get a full life cycle out of the road instead of having to go back in there in a later date when you just do the little amounts. So with that said, after that, we received 4 bids ranging from $139,000 to $158,000. So pretty close bids, pretty competitive. And with the lowest bid going to Thomas Cavanaugh Construction, and with a 10% contingency and included of non-refundable HST, it would come to $162,000, and we'd have to suggest a new funding source for an additional just over $92,000 from the roads reserve. We're recommending this option because we get a full pave, the full area, you get a full life cycle drainage, you don't have to worry about drainage. The other alternative would be to cut out the provisionals, which would give you a cost savings, let me just see here, just under $50,000, but it could lead to drainage issues, but also that doesn't fix the asphalt in the area. So you'd still have to go in at a later date and pave the remainder of the road. So then it'd have to be another another project for that in a future year. And then the other alternative would be to don't award the project and retender in the following year. If anyone has any questions, I'd be willing to answer them.
Any questions from council? Hearing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, council. On to D.3, Planning, Building and Environment. I would like to ask the chair if they have anything they would like to say before we get into your reports.
Thank you, Mayor. The Planning, Building and Environment Committee met this last Tuesday, the 5th of September at 2 p.m. We dealt with 4 different issues. The first was the attainable housing presentation update. Tim Welsh of TWC Incorporated provided an excellent compilation of data regarding our town. 2 letters of support were requested with regard to the zebra mussels and the black ash. Number 3, the Provincial Urban Park, direction to staff to continue the preliminary work required to establish this park. And an update with regard to Huntergate subdivision and the Hall Avenue expansion. Director Withers stated there was no substantial update at this time. So the committee was in favor of all the above items and recommends approval by council, and I'll pass this back to you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. On to D.3.1, Round Lake Property Owners Association, request for letter of support, re-invasive species prevention. And the motion is the Renfrew Town Council directs staff to provide a letter supporting the Round Lake Property Owners Association Invasive Species Prevention Initiative. Mover, please. Councillor Cebulski, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Any questions or comments? I'll just make a quick comment that I did speak to the gentleman on the phone, and they're very passionate about it, and it seems very well organized, and they're on it. So I'm happy to see that if it goes forward, we're supporting it. Any other questions? Hearing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, council. On to D.3.2, implications of black ash being listed as an endangered species in Ontario, request for letters of support. And the motion reads, the Renfrew Town Council direct that the letter of response be provided regarding the Township of Emo's resolution on the classification of black ash as endangered. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Legree. I would like to ask our environmental officer, Springer, to please give us a brief update.
Yes, thank you, and through you, Mayor. In this case, we felt that a letter of response would be more applicable than a letter of support, given that the township of Emo is located in northwestern Ontario. That's, you know, very far away from here, and their geography is very different. Their situation in terms of black ash, that's a wetland tree, just so everyone knows, is very different. The threats to black ash there are different than we have here in the town of Renfrew, and additionally, the township of Emo is a very rural community versus the township, or the town of Renfrew being much more urban. Therefore, the implications of black ash being listed as an endangered species at the provincial level is going to have different implications to the town of Renfrew than it is to a rural community. So in this case, we are recommending a letter of response that will be supportive in tone, but speak more broadly about the implications across Ontario and the need for more research and the effects that this listing will have on public works, sort of more broadly and not specifically just to northwestern Ontario.
Great, thank you. Any questions to environmental officer? Hearing none, all in favor? Carried, thank you, council. On to D.3.3, proposal of a Renfrew Urban Provincial Park. That Renfrew Town Council approve the concept of an urban provincial park in the town of Renfrew and direct staff to continue the preliminary work required to designate and transfer certain town lands adjacent to the Bonnechere River as a provincial park. Mover, please. Councilor MacDonald, second by Councilor McWhirter. I will turn it over to our environmental officer again, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. This was a conversation that was had both at Roma back in the winter and more recently at AMO with the delegation that was sent to speak with the Minister of Environment, Parks and Conservation. And the proposal was that we have some lands here in the town of Renfrew that are sort of near the Bonnechere River, near Highway 17, that aren't really developable lands because they have slip clays, they have some very steep topography, and that the best use of these lands might be to convert them into a urban provincial park, which is a new concept that Ontario Parks is investigating, and the first urban park in Uxbridge, which is in southern Ontario, is being proposed for this spring. There's some things happening at the provincial level in order to make that happen, and the Minister of Environment was wanting the town of Renfrew's proposal to go in at the same time. That's a very quick turnaround time if we want to do this. So this report just is basically informing council that this is a proposal that is being presented, and that there's some preliminary work in terms of connecting with the federal Minister of Environment, because there's some federal lands that are included in the proposal, as well as doing some more biology and biological assessments for species at risk, and then also getting sort of our local MP and MPP also involved.
Great. Thank you very much. Do you want to?
No, that was great.
Yeah, I was going to say there's not really much more to add on that one. Other than I would just, oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Well, I was just going to say when Reeve Emo and CEO Tremblay and I met with the minister at AMO, it was a very good open dialogue conversation. I think it sounded very positive and encouraging to get this work done. So regardless of what the outcome is, I think the dialogue was pretty great, and I thank Reeve Emo and CEO Tremblay for attending that. Councillor?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. And again, just to echo what you said, and to the public's knowledge, just so they're aware, this is just preliminary. This is just the start of investigating. Doesn't mean it's happening, but from what we've saw and spoke with, this looks amazing opportunity for the town of Renfrew. And correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, there'll be barely any money that comes out of the taxpayers' dollars. This will be mostly provincially funded, and this is an exciting opportunity for the town of Renfrew. Thank you.
CEO Tremblay?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so the goal of an urban provincial park is that it would become a provincial amenity, and that as part of the designation that we could have a conversation with them about amenities. So this this land's just sitting there. It's not there for passive or if we're able to access the river for active recreation. So it's an opportunity to make best use of the lands, ensure their environmental and ecological preservation while partnering with the province to do so, and then taking the lands out of our ownership and putting them in provincial ownership, which could result in a payment in lieu of taxes versus remaining in our ownership. So I think it's positive in terms of as we look at the waterfront and our visitor attraction and tourism, but also recreational and outdoor activities for our residents for well-being. This fits a number of things we're trying to achieve strategically.
Councillor Legree.
Yeah, so just to confirm, through you, Mayor Sidney, sorry. Just to confirm, I'm not against it, the concept, I like it and all that, but there is a cost to the town, right? Because there's appraisals, there's surveys, there's legal fees, we have to buy some land and stuff. So that'll all come back to council before we make a final decision, just so I'm clear.
Yes, and I should say there's no land to be bought.
Okay.
So it would be land that would be donated, and the minister even offered some support in terms of approaching landowners, in terms of it's not developable, buildable land, so it's prime for kind of a tax receipt. But yes, there could be some associated costs that would be our partnership in terms of making this happen, but we would bring that forward at the time.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for clarification.
And just to kind of reiterate what our environmental officer said, just because I know that it has gone public of us talking about surplus land and selling surplus land, this is non-buildable. Like, this is land that you cannot put a house on. This is land you cannot, you know, it's trees and slants and conservation. It's, so just I want to make sure that the public is very well clear that this is not something that's falling under the surplus land stuff. So, any other questions? Oh, Councilor McCorder?
Just a comment. I think this is a great approach, the urban park. I think it'll fit in well with all of council's hopeful future of the waterfront master plan. I think this is going to tie in really nice with it, and it's a great asset. I think it's a great idea.
Revimo?
Yeah, we very quickly updated the minister on our plans in terms of our multi-use pathways and the progress over the last few years, and you know had a fuzzy idea about the transportation master plan and some of the recommendations, so we brought those in, and he actually brought up Uxbridge. I had it in my back pocket to remind him, and he brought it up long before I even got to it, as I was laying the groundwork. So he's pretty enthusiastic about it, and liked the idea that, you know, you need a series of experiences in recreation and leisure. It can't all be everybody be a bike rider. Can't everybody be a walker and everybody or walk their dogs. So any number of activities are important for the experiences, and he very quickly agreed when we suggested to him that was our goal. So it was probably one of the better meetings I've been to in 30 years of meeting ministers. His enthusiasm was quite contagious, and he told us about the Uxbridge model is coming, I think, in February to the legislature, and said, yeah, I really hope, you know, and I trust that you can make that deadline as well. We can package them together. So that's as strong an endorsement for a project as I've ever had in my life. So.
That's very, very exciting. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. On to D4, Fire, Recreation, Community Services. I would like to ask the Chair if they have anything they would like to say prior to any of these reports.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, the Fire, Recreation and Community Services met on Thursday, August the 31st. And I'll give you just a few quick updates. So Fire Chief Guest presented the monthly report for June and July. Both reports were received. The department has also been busy conducting smoke alarm and carbon monoxide alarm checks. To date, they have visited about 500 homes. The fire department staff was excited to attend Tim Hortons Camp Day on July 19th. It's a great cause, and they're always happy to participate. Community Services Director Thompson gave us a monthly update, which was received. From the report, you see that they're very busy over there. A lot going on. Summer day camp program was a big hit this year, with all but 2 weeks sold out, and the feedback from the parents was very positive. Director Thompson also updated us on the community gardens. In total, they had 59 plots, which of the 59, 25 are the Renfrew Food Bank uses. So there's 34 other plots that the residents can reserve and use. The director also updated us on programs for the fall. Last year, the fall program included 4 programs, but this year they've expanded it to 17. So all the program details can be found on the website at renfrew.ca. And that's to view the meeting in its entirety or for further information regarding the discussions, I would strongly recommend watching the town's YouTube channel and reviewing the agenda on the minute package for the town's on the town's municipal calendar. That's it. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Moving on to D.4.1, Emergency Management Program. The Renfrew Town Council adopt the Town of Renfrew's Emergency Management Program and the emergency. Hang on, someone just popped in front of me here. Sorry, the Renfrew Town Council adopt the Town of Renfrew's Emergency Management Program and the Emergency Response Plan as presented. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, seconded by Councillor Sobalski. I will turn it over to Fire Chief Guest.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. So this report speaks to, again, the Emergency Management Program, as well as the Town of Renfrew Emergency Response Plan. So a bit of background, the Ontario Regulation 38004 of the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act mandates that every municipality shall have an Emergency Management Program Committee for the purposes of advising council of the development of this program. The regulation further mandates that members of the Emergency Management Program Committee, as well as the Municipal Emergency Control Group, be appointed by Council. So since the last amendment in 2019, the town's organizational structure has changed and necessitating some of these changes. So the Town of Renfrew Emergency Response Plan has been redeveloped to meet the standardized approach to the IMS system, which is the Incident Management System. IMS originated over 30 years ago as a result of challenges presented by large-scale multi-jurisdictional incidents, and most of these were referring to large wildfires, specifically in California. In 1998, the ice storm prompted another revised approach to emergency management in Ontario, and since then, the development and improvement of emergency management capabilities within Ontario has been an ongoing process. So by transitioning to an IMS-based emergency response plan for the town, much like the province and the Provincial Emergency Operations Center, we will have a robust and standardized system of emergency response, which will be applicable to every scale of incident. So the composition of the Emergency Management Program Committee is designed to provide strategic guidance and advice to Council regarding the town's emergency management program. Some things that they're responsible for is obviously the development and implementation of the program. They make recommendations. They review the town's HIRA, which is the Hazard Identification Risk Assessment, as well as the town's critical infrastructure. They also review the emergency response plan on an annual basis, and this committee will also be known as the Emergency Management Program Working Group. The Municipal Emergency Control Group, I know these terms are very, they're synergistic, but they're two different groups. The first group that I just spoke of is responsible for preparing the town in the event of an emergency, making sure that we're in compliance with Emergency Management Ontario. And the second group is the MECG, or your control group, and they're responsible for guiding the town in the event of an actual emergency. So they will be sitting in your Emergency Operations Center, guiding the town. So members of the MECG and the Municipal Program Working Group must be appointed by Council and participate in annual training. So by adopting the Town of Renfrew Emergency Response Plan, will help ensure legislative compliance. I'd be happy to answer any further questions or regarding this.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Review.
No questions, just a general comment. I really like the layout of it. I like the charts. They're easy to read, and then the explanation. So I also like the the separation of the EIO from either the chair or the CMC or the mayor or whoever, because oftentimes, having been through a couple of these, you're very preoccupied with the tasks and getting things done, make sure it's recorded properly, making sure that you have the resources. Sometimes you're on the phone finagling stuff, and so you don't have time to put together a coherent message. So your message has to be factual, but it also has to be reassuring, and also has to speak of the future. And so if you're just got off the phone cranking somebody because they were a bit late getting over 4 or 5 generators, your message may not be as helpful to the public. So I like the fact that it's someone that's not directly connected with decision-making and arms and legs of it. They can take the message and get it, and I think the messaging is so important. So I really like this. It's a very good report, and I like the way it's laid out, and the tasks, and all the easy read charts.
Thank you. CEO Tremblay.
I just want to note the good work of the chief on this, but we'll bring forward the bylaw. As we know, there's been some staff changes, and the plan and the committees in the terms of reference refer to specific positions, and so we have to make sure the bylaw is in place before the end of the year. So as council looks at a number of reviews and changes to the organizational structure, what we're looking for is endorsement of the plan, but then we will, as position titles get confirmed, we'll bring forward the bylaw. So we're anticipating that will be done this fall.
Great, thank you. Councillor McWhorter.
Through Mayor, to you, CEO. Administration, item 17, that bylaw and any previous bylaws adopting an emergency plan for the town of Renfrew hereby repealed. Why would that be done?
So basically, when you repeal a previous version, it's because it's no longer in effect. So because you're adopting a new plan, you delete the old plan. So rescinding a bylaw is, say you're not going to replace it, but you don't need that bylaw anymore, you rescind it. When you repeal and replace, you're getting rid of an old version and approving a new version. It's just like if you had an amended, a completely different policy, you repeal the old policy and adopt the new one. So because the chief has done good work in terms of updating the entire plan to the IMS system, you would repeal the old one and adopt the new plan, so that they're not, the old one's no longer in effect, and then the new one is adopted.
Any other questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on to D.4.2, that Renfrew Town Council directs staff to enter into a partnership with the local gymnastics club, Gymnastics A, in order to expand the town's current offerings. Mover, please. Councillor Gray, second by Councillor McDonald. I will turn it over to...
McWhorter, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Councillor McWhorter? I will turn it over to Director Thompson.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an opportunity for the town to partner with a local gymnastics club, a nonprofit club that's operated in the town for quite a few years. Our current gymnastics program is one of the most popular programs run through the town. So we currently have 1 head coach and 3 students available for coaching this fall. There's a real struggle to find instructors, and this is a province-wide issue. We've reached out, our community programmer has reached out to several different municipalities, and this is not just a Renfrew issue. So in order to we currently offer the 10-week program that runs back-to-back. It's more of a beginner level. By partnering with the Youth Gymnastics A Club, we would be able to offer more classes. They are going to use their instructors to help us run a kinder gym program Saturdays, which we currently can't do due to staffing. So overall, I think it's a really positive partnership, and would end up with, they would be able to store their equipment. They're having issues with storage and different types of location issues, and that way we kind of help them out, and we are able to run more gymnastics programs and as well use and share equipment.
Great, thank you. Any questions? I just have a comment. An overall comment, just to go with what Chair Legree said. Your department has done fabulously fantastic since it's all changed up and stuff, and I just want to commend you and your program coordinator, Fraser, for the outstanding work. Super, super impressed. So I think the community is going to be really appreciative of all your hard work. So thank you. And else, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. On to D.4.3, water main to Lindsay Field. The Renfrew Town Council authorized 9828745 Canada Inc., Town and Country Forming, Antrim Contracting, CBC, and McGrimmon Cartage to install the water main connection to Lindsay Field at a cost of $67,477.06, inclusive of non-refundable HST. Mover, please. Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Sobalski. I will turn it over to Director Aslan for a brief report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you through the chair. And the Lindsay Field was served by a 100-millimeter water main that was located under the proposed expansion building. And the relocation was not completed at the time the foundation was excavated and was subsequently damaged. And so therefore there was a pipe going under the new facility that was broken and ruptured. So the plan had to include relocating the water main and through the parking area and reconnecting it to the Lindsay Field. So a design was completed by Novatech, the civil engineers that are working on the project. It's approximately 150 meters of water main relocation, and this work needs to be completed prior to the paving to not interrupt the paving contract. So prices were sought from the contractor that was doing all the civil works and the site works, that's Town and Country Forming, and a price was sought, and this is what's being presented tonight to actually complete this work. And yeah, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Yeah, so at the time of preparation of this report, we did have the price for the water main installation, but it did not include capping of the water main under the building and filling full of grout, as well as the disinfection costs. So since that time, we have received an updated report that includes the capping of the water main and the grouting underneath the building, which was an additional, so instead of the $67,477, it was $76,078.88. But there's still one other component, is the disinfection and pressure testing. So talking to Rob and the treasurer, we felt it was warranted to amend the recommendation to include the total cost, including the water main installation, the grouting, and the disinfection, and that cost be $86,500. And if the motion was amended, then that would provide the authority to the town to complete the water main, the capping, and the disinfection pressure testing, and the project would be complete.
Okay, thank you. So we need a motion to amend this motion. So Revimo, seconded by Councillor McDonald. All in favor of amending the motion? That is carried. Thank you. Now we have to accept.
Any questions?
Any questions about this? Councillor Anderdick?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I'm not sure who wants to answer this. I'm just curious who damaged it.
No, I can take a swipe at it. So the pipe was encountered during the excavation of the foundation of the building, and BEI was on site doing that work, and they reported that pipe to the BUTCON and the staff at the time, and no action was taken, I guess, at that time until now.
Yes.
So if BEI was responsible for the damage of the water main, why are we paying for it, not BEI?
Because the water main location was unknown at the time, and so there was no specific location by any utility organization that the water main was there, and there was no tracer wires on the water main, so therefore they had no evidence of where that water main might have been.
And if I can add, BEI, when doing the exploratory work, having reviewed the documents with Director Aslan, was doing exploratory work to try to find the water main. The water main was removed by the scope of work, and it's just now that with the new review team that we understand it's important and needs to be redirected. So it was at the time of the foundation pouring, they were looking forward, and so BEI was doing exploratory work on behalf of the project, and so I cannot be held liable. So what we're trying to do going forward is ensure that the proper pipe is located in the proper location for Lindsay Field, and although this is unfortunate and should be caught earlier on in the project, we want to ensure that all of that underground infrastructure is where it needs to be prior to paving, so we're not fixing it at a later date.
Revimo?
It's unfortunate. I don't think when that pipe was laid there in 1994, when they put the football field and Lindsay Field in, anybody ever assumed the building would go out 40 or 50 or 100 feet from the existing footprint, and I think it just got lost. And we see that sometimes where we're doing projects on older pieces of property, or even on our own infrastructure where it's, and I think Connor brought one to us on over in this Joffrey, where the pipe was supposed to be beside and it ended up being on top and had to be moved. And it was a cost that was unassumed because nobody knew about it. Somebody had made a decision 40 years ago to plunk it there because it was easier or for whatever reasons. And I think that's what happened with that pipe, is it just got laid out to Lindsay Field. It was far enough away from the building, it was deep enough it wasn't going to freeze, and nobody put it on a map.
Any Director Haslund?
Yeah, and I'll just add, that's the importance of having good as-built information when projects get built, as well as the proper features. PVC pipe, once it's buried in the ground, you can't trace it. So the current installation, the new water main will have a tracer wire, and it'll be documented in the as-built drawings. So.
We don't want to be dependent on my memory or anybody else's in 15 years.
Any other questions? All in favor as amended? That's carried. Thank you, Council. D.4.4 Mattaway Expansion Landscape Package. That Renfrew Town Council authorized the expenditure and award of landscaping and related services as part of the Mattaway Expansion Project to Excel Contracting and Lennox Fencing in accordance with the BUTCON tender evaluation submission. Mover, please. Councilor Degree, seconded by Revimo. Turn it over to Director Haslund.
Well, thank you, Mayor. This kind of expenditure has not been brought to the council in the past, so this is sort of like a move to be more transparent. When BotCon does tender out for certain services, if it's a non-union shop that is the low bid, then the town would typically issue a purchase order. So in this particular case, BotCon put a package together for landscaping, which includes retaining walls and some unit pavers and some steps to kind of go from the parking lot into the building itself. So they did tender, and they had a contractor, XL Contracting, who submitted the low bid along with Lennox Fencing. And the report identifies that the cost in their evaluation that they carried in the original tender was $98,000 for the landscaping element. And the contract cost came in at $215,394 for those elements. And as well, ButCon identified that there's $15,000 in topsoil and sod yet to happen, and $10,000 in sandboxes. That is a tenant fit-up cost for the daycare. So the total cost of doing the landscape package for this project is $240,394. So there's a deficit there of $142,394 that will be funded from the contingency fund. So to be transparent, the town is going to issue a PO to the low bidder, and we thought that we should bring this report forward to council to be transparent and to I guess express that this additional cost is known to the treasurer in the town, and the treasurer will put that into the financial picture. And it's work that that really needs to occur. It's not an optional. They need hard surfaces going into the building to get occupancy, so it's not a discretionary cost. It has been tendered, and there's low bid, and we just want council to be aware that we've done this evaluation and that we're intending to issue a purchase order for that work.
Any other questions? Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So what you're saying, Director Aslan, is like, bottom line is we don't have a say. It was estimated at 98,000, now it's 240,000, and you're just being nice and coming to council and telling us this is happening. I just want to make myself clear that's what you just said to us.
I can maybe respond, Mr. Mayor. So basically what Director Aslan is saying is this work is done by non-unionized forces, so the town is paying for it. So even though BudCon got the quotes, we're going to be paying directly. So because we're paying directly and because of the overage, we brought it forward to council because we find it's important from an accountability standpoint. We should note that what was budgeted for was $98,000 of landscaping and that the design had not been completed. So because elements of the design were not completed, tendering occurred later, and because tendering was done later and the design is now complete, we now have a true sense of the costs. So I think what Director Aslan is saying is this work has to be done to complete the project. If you choose not to award the work and not landscape, it's a cost that you'll have to bear at a later date and likely will go up. So what we're saying to you is this is before you because this is non-union work that has to be paid directly by the town and exceeds the budget that BudCon put forward, and in defense of BudCon, the design elements of the landscape had not been previously done and weren't ready at time of tender. So, I mean, we can always look for blame everywhere, but the bottom line is this work needs to be done to complete the project.
Follow up.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So here's where my frustration lies. We do a budget, we approve things, and then it just seems every time something comes towards council, it's always over budget. And the frustration is just the taxpayer and council, we're suffering for somebody not doing their job correctly when they're doing their quotes. And it's the most frustrating thing to constantly see it coming back for our approval because it's over budget. So I'm just going to lay my frustration out there that I'm getting tired of it. Eventually, I'm going to start voting no to everything I can that's over budget, and because it's just not fair. It's not fair to the council. It's not fair to the mayor. It's not fair to any of us. So I'm just stating my frustration that I'm getting tired of it. I don't know about anybody else on council, but I know I'm getting tired of it, and I just wanted to let my comments known on open forum. Thanks.
Certainly. I would say this is part of a competitive market approach to procurement, and estimates are a point in time. So if we approved the budget in May and did all our tendering in June, yes, the estimates would be close. And I would also be very suspect if bids come in exactly as budgeted, which means that there could be price fixing. So it's the nature of competitive marketplace procurement, and what's happening is post-COVID there is price markups, and there's construction price indexes, and there's the asphalt index, and I think yes, we can look at, the other thing I should point out is firms are not ignorant and look at our budget and look at our projects and what they're budgeted as, and probably base their quotes based on our budget. So we're going to look at creative ways to get around that, maybe by pooling projects and doing so. But I would say to you, that's part of a competitive process. The only way to not do that is to single source everything and not pre-approve it, and the time lag between when you approve the budget and you do the tender, minimize that time. But I think it's important for us as a corporation to be approving the budget before the end of the year and doing tendering as quickly as possible in a competitive in a competitive marketplace, and sometimes that's market-driven, and that's why we pay attention to things like the Consumer Price Index, the Asphalt Index, the Construction Index that tell us trends of where prices are going. And we get third-party expertise to help us on quantities and materials and what the price is at. I would say on large scope projects of this nature, completing detailed design and making sure projects are shovel-ready, so when you tender it, there's no design surprises and it's truly shovel-ready, help immensely. But there is still impacts in terms of inflation remains a concern, and both in terms of household affordability, but for everybody else. But it's a nature of, it's an estimate. What you approve with the budget is estimates, and when the tenders come in, you can choose not to award things. But a road project that costs $3 million this year is not going to cost $3 million next year. It's likely going to be more, because we know of these indexes that track inflation and market pressures. But maybe Dr. Aslan would have more to add.
The only thing I would add is that in our traditional method of procurement for infrastructure projects, we typically complete a design and then we go out to tender, and then we get a contractor bids on the work that's designed. This project, as you're well aware, is set up structurally quite different than a normal contract, and this is what is leading to these kind of submissions. And I think the town is fully aware, and they've basically contracted a third-party review agency to kind of look and provide recommendations to the town on the structure and the risks, and maybe we'll have recommendations as far as going into the future. So this is very much kind of an element of the structure of the contract, and the fact that it was not completely designed, and therefore the prices that were set forth in the control budget they lacked the detail to provide the estimates that would be within sort of 10% of the tendered costs. So I think that is fully being reviewed by the third-party agency as well, and council will get a report on that. But in this case, we have to kind of go or bring this project to the finish line and obtain occupancy, and there's certain elements that are required in a certain time element, or the paving and the walkways have to be done before occupancy. So that's why we're bringing these reports forward and trying to be a little more transparent on the project as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? Reid Beamel?
And I suggest to Councillor Andrew Dick that we are conducting some internal reviews in terms of repurposing tasks, new job descriptions and new positions, because part of it is, and this is no reflection on any of our staff, but our structure doesn't allow for reporting. Like, we're very fortunate that the projects that we've done in the past, staff have watched the bouncing ball in terms of being able to, at the end of the year, not exceed the budget, or if they exceed the budget in one area, make up for it somewhere else. So we need to develop a system of reporting once we get properly staffed in a few departments that could be shared with council, but also with staff, so they can report on variances. And at the end, towards the end of the year, you get a monthly variance report. This project's 47% completed. It's expended 60% of the budget, and so and then it's a cumulative thing at the end of every month for each of the departments or each of the projects. So as we mature and develop our internal resources, you'll get that. So that should lessen some of your feeling or make us feel we have a little more control and a little more information, because at the end of the year, sometimes you reduce the scope halfway through because you look at the variances and you do some projections. Okay, this project's going to have to, we're going to have to split this over 2 years, so we can only do 3 kilometers instead of 6. So those are the kinds of things, decision points you'll have. We're just not there yet and haven't been for a long time. And so you will get better information in the next little while. Next little while being maybe a year, maybe this time next year, 18 months out. So there is some changes coming to give a little more comfort to the information that you have. So it's not a reflection on the staff, it's a reflection on our processes and the fact we just haven't evolved them as we, because we were changing from, an early 2000s model, possibly, with some add-ons to a more current model.
Yep.
So thank you to all three for providing me the information. I just felt it was important to get on camera that I said my frustration, because if I'm feeling, and I'm sure lots of taxpayers are, CEO Tremblay came up with some solutions that we need to do. You all came up with some solutions that we need to do to better ourselves as a town, as a corporation, and I thank you all for giving me that information. Thank you.
Thanks. I think just in addition to that, I think to go along with Revimo, that, you know, we are in a transition period from last term to this term, and staffing and everything like that. And I think, you know, to kind of echo what Revimo said, as the process evolves and continues to grow, and we get stronger at it and better at it and learn from it, you know, I think it's something that, you know, because I'll agree, back in my other council days, I was saying the same thing, you know, why is it always over budget? But again, there's timing, there's all those things that come into factors that we learn over time, that sometimes it's just out of our control. And, you know, for a part of, you know, what Revimo said about, you know, maybe you cut a project back, we did that for O'Brien Road. We cut it back and saved some money there. But yeah, it's I hear your frustration, and I'm very confident and looking forward to the progress that we are currently doing. And I thank the staff for their due diligence and their expertise on everything, and it is getting better.
I just want to thank Director Aslan. So since he's taken over this project, there's, I know the treasurer and I are getting timely information, and that's why we're bringing it to you. And he's been very diligent in terms of the checklist, small and large. These two items would be on the large side, but everything from lockers, and did we plan for lockers, and everything. So I think the work that he's doing is very commendable and very helpful to the town, in addition to Collier's project management, who have also been excellent on the technical side and ensuring that the right questions are asked, and the working group that meets weekly to get reports, and then that information is shared back to council and then back to standing committee on a monthly basis. So, but yes, we're looking at the approach to project management, budgeting, capital going forward, and how we're ready for budget, and in terms of the capital projects we're doing, how we're paying for them, and then ongoing reporting on them.
Yep.
And I just also want to add that since Director Aslan has taken over the Mattaway project, we've got so many great reports. We ask questions, the answers are right there when we approach the mayor or the Reeve or CEO Tremblay. So thank you, Director Aslan, for taking this project on, and it's only been great since you've done it, so thank you for that.
Anything else? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. Moving on to D.5, Corporate Services and Economic Development. I would like to ask Chair Emo if he would like to give a report.
Thank you, and this is going to be a little longer than normal because we had a very busy agenda on August 29th, and I have a bunch of information items which will come to you later on. Very quickly, Syntax has presented some concepts for rebranding, and they've taken away the information from the committee. They'll be back in September with some slight changes, and then in October they'll have picture boards with a variety of products, you know, what it'll look like on signs and stuff, and then it'll come to council in the finally in November for approval. We also had a presentation on CNU, and CNU is a cooperative buying group. It's a not-for-profit. It's government-owned. It's been started in 1936. It started in Alberta. They partnered with LAS, which is wholly owned by AMO in 2019. Over 5,000 members from across Canada, urban and rural municipalities, school districts, regional districts, education, not-for-profits. So what they do is they save us money by aggregate buying power. So they'll buy nationally, but funnel it through the local person. So the local person, if I'm selling napkins, will get a call from the national headquarters of John's Napkins to say, look, you know, we can give them 1,000 napkins at 50 cents each, and you won't lose your profit. So the number is set at the top and comes down, so the local person still gets it. So that was one of the worries we wanted to make sure. So it also saves us time, because they'll do the tendering for a lot of things, a lot of the research, and let us know whether it's worth our time to do an RFP or an RFQ or an actual tender. So they have over 300 suppliers, and you don't have to pay a membership fee. So our policy allows for that. So and was in the policy we approved 2 years ago. And so the staff have gone ahead and linked up with Canoe, and we're going to start using them on a regular basis. Just part of that, we'd asked for some report back. So in 2022, the town of Renfrew paid approximately $45 million in expenditures, and just a few highlights. So funds within the town of Renfrew, we spent $7.6 million on our local businesses. Funds spent outside the town but within the county were $2.3 million. The tax levy reimbursements to the county and the school boards were $5.4 million. Municipal policing contract, $1.8. Mattaway expansion project in 2022, we spent $15.1 million. Curbside garbage and recycling, $422,000. Town of Renfrew utility expenses, water and taxes, approximately $400,000. Payroll, source deductions and benefits, $6.879 million. And water and sewer treatment center contract, okay, $1.6 million. So very quickly, just to give you a sense of the kinds of funds that were expended. So we'd had some questions about whether or not we're spending money with our local suppliers. So, we have $10 million that we're spending either in the town or in the close proximity, which includes the county. So we're feeling pretty comfortable that we've got the right ratio, and we're investing pretty heavily in our community. So we had a very quick report from our CAO about the town hall. Some of the work's been completed. The contractor was on site on May 22nd and will complete November 2023. General contractor, was a $964,000 contract awarded in May, so there's been some change orders. Contingency is about $95,000, and it is $95,000, and approximately $82,000 has been spent of that for change orders, and those have been things that were unavoidable, asbestos and other things that had to be, that we weren't aware of when we went into this. Very quickly, we also talked, we have two pieces of property, 221-9 Reddy Street and 7th Avenue are being exposed for sale, not Saki. Sorry, for some reason I have the Saki in here. And so we'll get a further report once interest is gauged, and then staff are coming back to us to declare how we declare it surplus and how we're going to market those properties. The Renfrew Roots Festival, we got a very short report because we're going to get some more in the next little while. The approved budget was for revenues was $164,500, and expenditures were projected to be $110 for a profit of $54. What did happen was that we ended up with a deficit of $85,000 at the time of the report on August 29th, which included staff time, and we had lower than anticipated revenue, ticket sales, sponsorships, and other revenue. So attendance, as we understand it, was 217 on Friday, 173 on Saturday, and 69 weekend attendees. The event was organized by staff with support from volunteers with 3 sponsors and some food vendors. The projected visitor spending totaled $38,426, with 86% of the visitors being local. So we do know there were some logistical issues, including accessibility, parking, bus transportation, refreshment offerings, volunteer coordination. Increased sponsorship revenue and ticket sales would have been appreciated. So those are the things that we noted very quickly in our conversation. So there will be a report come back to committee and council from the CAO about the way forward. It'll be an analysis of what could have been better, but then are we going to be in this business? If we're not, are we going to have partnerships, or what's it going to look like? So there's going to be a change in a suggested change in how we produce these events, and so we're waiting for that later on. I'm guessing probably late in October. We had an engagement survey completed with our town staff. It was in May of 2023, with a participation rate of 51%, which is phenomenal, and 96% of the respondents were permanent employees. I'm just going to pick some things out of this. 95% of the respondents are motivated to go above and beyond to serve the residents of the town and feel their work is meaningful. 83% feel energized and engaged. 97% would recommend the town's services to family and friends, and with 87% recommending us as an employer. 77% of our respondents agreed their pay is comparable to individuals of other organizations, and they felt they're being fair. 79% felt they're being fairly paid, and also 90% felt that their annual vacation entitlement is appropriate. And so there was some really good things that there were some things on safe environment, inclusiveness, feeling they get along with their teams and their co-workers. There was some comments that we'll have to take to heart, is that we may not communicate as well as we think we do, and we need to improve our communication. 28% have thought about leaving the organization in the past 12 months, so we need to find out a little more about that. 18% felt the town was not transparent with decisions that affect them, and 13% feel the town does not excel in retaining or attracting talent, and 28% feel overwhelmed. And so those are things that we'll take back and take a look at how we're doing some programming and also in how we go about attracting, retaining, and supporting the staff team. So that is what I'd like to report on behalf of myself, Councillor Legree, and Councillor McWhirter.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Councillor McDonald?
Sure, I'll jump in first. I was frustrated to hear the 85,000. I know we'll get the results of that. I just want to make sure that we're going to have a review of it and in terms of documented, but also perhaps a detailed breakdown. I just want to personally, I think there's other frustrations too with regard to how we lost 85,000. And the other thing, not to get sidetracked, but I think, and I was going to talk about it, but I think I'll send you an email, CEO, with regard to the Bluegrass Festival. And I like what you're saying so far. Maybe the town should look at a different approach to things. And I have some frustration with how the turnover, or I'll send you an email with regard to the Bluegrass Festival, and we'll handle it that way, okay? Thank you.
If I can, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
So there's, we can provide the line by line. So basically expenses were on target and revenue wasn't. and there's staff costs and based on budgeted amounts. So it takes, if staff are going to organize events, we should reflect the cost of the staff time in that, but we'll share the line by line, no problem. And we're looking at the approach to signature events and how we can support other groups, both in terms of infrastructure, grants, or fee waivers to be able to do that versus our staff the best at events management, or what kind of approaches we should look at. So as we said, with regard to Bluegrass, the weekend remains available, and that would apply to anybody that wants to organize any kind of festival. I know the BIA recently did one at any event at Low Square, O'Brien Park, or at Mattaway, and so that detailed approach would come forward at in October. So it'll be less of a look back, which that report spoke to, and there's been some staff changes. It'll be more about the kind of the path forward and how council strategically wants to approach tourism, specifically with regard to events.
Councillor McWhirter?
Through Mayor. Just a quick comment. I did get a report from Erin, detailed, and she does have it, and I can either forward it to you or Erin could send it to you. And it's a line by line breakdown, so it'll give you all the information. So just share that with you.
Councillor Day?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Sidney. So thank you for everything that was just said. My only concern is, and I'm going to go with it because I understand it's kind of a volatile situation, but the event happened in July and we're not going to get a full report until October. That's kind of concerning to me that it should have happened. We should have had a follow-up meeting afterwards. I'm just curious, are we going to revisit this and talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly, how we're going to move forward as a town? Because there are a lot of upset people out there in regards to what happened from both sides, and I was a big supporter of this, so I need to answer to my constituents who voted for me, and right now I don't have those answers for them. So what's our plan? Like, are we coming back in October to revisit this and say, this is what happened, this is what we're going to do moving forward? Maybe someone can talk about that a little bit, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the report that went to committee as an information item spoke to the loss of funds, the deficit, and the areas that were logistically not favorable, and we've just listed them. We did the report because we wanted all the invoices and revenue tabulated to be able to do that. We can spend a lot of time going back to what went wrong, or reflect on what we're trying to achieve in the path forward. But I would say the report that went to committee acknowledges the logistical issues that did not occur, and we've retooled already in terms of how we're resourcing this specific item in terms of the economic development team. So there's been some, so that report is public, the committee meeting is public, is on YouTube. I mean, other than going into detail about the busing, where we said busing, accessibility, volunteer management, refreshment offerings, like I think that covers the basis of what happened. I think there's some really good things in terms of, yes, attracting people, and yes, the partnership with the rec fundraising committee. But the report can spend a lot of time rehashing the busing situation as an example, or talk about what we're trying to achieve in the path forward and a policy on fee waivers, working with partners, infrastructure to support events. I don't think there's lots to gain to do the look back. We've already said, here's the deficit. We're not hiding anything. We're already saying, here are all the logistical issues that went wrong. So if we are to stay in the events planning business, those are the issues that would be top of mind, the things that didn't work here. And the other one is also the ability to sell tickets and attract sponsors and attract vendors. Like, is there a market? Like, where are people magically coming from to come see these events? Or do we put our energies into community events that people in our town and people in the surrounding areas might come, and the cost outlay that you have to put out there is way less, so the risk is not there. So we acknowledge that the event had some success, and yes, brought people to town, but that from a budget perspective in terms of revenue and expenditures had issues, and there were logistical issues. Those are acknowledged in the report that already went to committee.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, through you. So thank you, CAO Tremblay, for saying that. So now we have a plan moving forward and all that stuff. So I just want to make a quick comment on behalf of myself to the taxpayers of Renfrew. I am sorry that I supported this. And in theory, it was an amazing, amazing proposal. It looked good on paper. Execution just didn't work out the way I had hoped it would. And so for my voting yes in favor of this festival, I apologize to the taxpayers of Renfrew. And I'm so happy that we're going to be moving forward, looking at it at a different angle. And I'm excited that we hopefully can work with groups like the Bluegrass and other organizations. And we're not in the business of running events. We're more in the supporting role. And so, yeah, so once again, I apologize for my voting yes on that project, and live and learn. And moving forward, we're going to be better. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Moving on to review.
Thank you. And the reason I took a little longer was to make sure that all the information at our committee gets shared. All of it's coming back at some point in the future. But in case you overhear a conversation between Councillor Legree and myself about something, I never heard about that. So we're trying to take away some of that. So that, just as you spoke about your frustration earlier, just to try and get as much information out, especially in general terms through the committees, and then come back with, the specific D1, or D51, D52, D53, those kinds of things like every committee does. There's other things that happen at committee that should be shared as well. So we're trying to do that. So we'll do the best we can, and we'll try and answer the questions, but thank you for your comments. We appreciate them.
Great. Moving on. D.5.1. RFP award for Swinging Bridge. The Renfrew Town Council award the RFP for the Swinging Bridge lighting to R&R Electric for $22,500 plus HST, and further that Renfrew Town Council approve the additional provisions of an electrical panel upgrade at a cost of $5,200 plus HST. Mover, please. Revimo, seconded by Councillor Sobalski.
Sure.
Turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the lighting project was done kind of for two things, the safety of those that are there. I understand kids use it even in the winter, and we do snow removal, so it's going to get dark soon. So it has lighting both kind of at the top, but also at the bottom, so any visitors to O'Brien Park or the waterfront will benefit from it. The overage here is actually because we need an electrical panel, so I helped write the RFP, and God knows I'm not an electrician, so we need a panel to power this. So as we look at the waterfront, this is complementary, so whatever we do at the waterfront will not take away from lighting the swinging bridge, both in terms of the pedestrian on it, but also the below. So the overage is related to the upgrade of the electrical panel to do that work, and it is we had one bid, but it is a local company, and we believe this could be done in a timely fashion once approved by council.
Councillor Sapolsky.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. With full agreement, yes, we need to do something to light this area up. But within review, I just have a couple questions regard to the removal of the existing system. I'm not sure if it's captured in the price or not. In the addenda, it mentions that it's not captured, but then it mentions it again. So the existing panel that is there, is it going to be removed, or is it going to be an extra?
I don't have that information with me and can follow up with the applicant, and I don't know if Connor or Mike would have any indication of that. So if council wants that information before making a decision, I would recommend you defer it for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I just have a couple more follow-up questions, and because I want this to happen, but I want to make sure that it happens without everything falling off. A 100-amp panel for 120-volt LED strip seems excessive. I'm not sure if that's the only option of panel we have or if they all cost the same, but I know the breakers aren't cheap. And then just the application, these appear to look like they're just going to be stuck onto the wood, or is there going to be another application to keep them secure? We don't need LEDs hanging from the wood in a year's time and seeing this a waste of money, or how much more money do we need to spend to secure them properly? Just want to make sure we have the right cost going in so it's done right. I want to see it done right.
That's appreciated, and then we'll come back with those three elements and then add a memo to the report when it comes back in 2 weeks. So if there's a motion to postpone to the next meeting in council, that would be appropriate, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Are you making a motion?
No.
Okay.
No, I have comments or questions. Oh, you're making a motion for this. I gotcha.
Postpone it, yeah. So you make a motion? Seconder? Anybody want to second that? Councillor Sapolsky, could you?
And not to be a procedural hound, but once you have the motion to postpone, you have to talk about postponement. But I would suggest if there's any comments or anything that council would like us to look at when we bring this back in 2 weeks, to send me an email, and I will get the technical folks to help me out with the follow-up. Yeah, that'd be great.
When would you like that by? Like,
in the next little while, as the agenda will be issued next week. So in the next week, if you could get that or before the end of the week, so we can get responses back from the proponent.
Perfect. All in favor of the motion to postpone? Carried. Thank you, council. On to D52, WSIB Schedule 1 and 2. The Renfrew Town Council directs staff to proceed with obtaining a quote for WSIB Schedule 1 employer premium rate for review and consideration during the 2024 budget discussions. Mover, please. Councillor McWhirter, seconded by Councillor Legree. Turn it over to our treasurer.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. So this report is seeking direction from council to direct staff to obtain a quote from WSIB to compare what the costs would be if the town of Renfrew were to switch from a Schedule 2 employer to a Schedule 1. Currently, we are a Schedule 2 employer. What that means is we fund our own claims. So each year we put in approximately 3% of what our annual earnings are. So for example, in 2023, we contributed $159,000 into our WSIB reserve. So with the upcoming budget preparation, there could be cost savings by switching over to a Schedule I employer, which is why we're seeking direction to obtain a quote. In saying that, though, the government recently amended Ontario Regulation 25307 for firefighters by adding the pancreatic and thyroid cancer to the list of cancers presumed to be work-related for firefighters. The town has been contacted by WSIB regarding a claim that was previously denied under the new legislation, in saying that now they are allowing it, and the initial estimate that we received from WSIB is approximately $400,000 for this claim. Our current balance right now in our WSIB reserve is approximately $925,000. So in saying that, with this one claim, that's depleting our reserve in half. Hence, this is kind of why we're seeking direction to see what it would cost the town to become a Schedule I employer. Just to note, though, as well, WSIB has said that the town, if we were to move ahead and switch to a Schedule I employer, we still remain individually liable to pay costs for any previous claims while we were a Schedule II employer. Any questions?
Any questions? Councillor Gray?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, to Treasurer Broom. Just for clarification then, so we would still have to put that 140-some-thousand, like we should be still putting that money away for the next, obviously, little while?
I believe we probably should be keeping a healthy reserve for any claims that could come forward, yes.
Yeah.
Plus
the
the
premium.
annual premium that we're going to have to pay once we obtain that quote.
Yeah, okay. Perfect, thanks.
Any other questions on that? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. On to D53, Sunshine Coach Annual Allocation. The Renfrew Town Council approved payment to the Sunshine Coach in the amount of $15,000 for their annual allocation. Mover, please. Revimo, second by Councillor McWhirter. Turn over to Treasurer.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Sidney. So you'll recall on June 13th that the Town Council received a presentation from the Operations Manager of Sunshine Coach to provide staff and council with an overview of the not-for-profit organization. The Sunshine Coach operates mainly using funds from our MTO gas tax rebate program and additional funds received from municipalities. This allocation of $15,000 is an annual allocation that the town contributes each year. So I'm just looking for your approval to move forward in submitting payment to the Sunshine Coach.
Any questions on this? Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Sidney, to Treasurer Broom. I'm just curious, I can't remember, and this is why I'm asking the question. Do we take this at every budget and say we're going to take 15K? Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald?
And just confirming, this is above the gas rebate, right? This is separate?
Yes, this is over and above the gas tax rebate that they get.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. On to D54, Renfrew Hydro Inc. loan request.
You don't have to read the word, just the main part.
Which part?
Yeah, just
The Renfrew Town Council approved the loan request from Renfrew Hydro Inc. as presented at the council meeting of August 29, 2023. Mover, please. Councillor Sobalski, seconded by Councillor Legree. Any questions about that? Hearing, Revimo?
I think we've heard from the board, and they are, they forwarded this request in response to some of the constraints they have when they go before the OEB, Ontario Energy Board, for rate increases. It's a fairly complex formula, and they also were constrained by the original documents from 2000 when the government of the day tore apart what originally was Renfrew Hydro and made it into Renfrew Hydro Inc. and then Renfrew Power Generation Inc. as well. So there was a burden of a loan repayment that was imposed upon them as well, which didn't fit within the regulatory package that subsequently was turned out by the OEB. So there's always that gap. So they've suffered for 20-odd years, the gap, because of the interest rate that was attached to the original promissory note versus the rate that they could recapture through their charges back to the consumers. That was diminished a bit by the town approximately 2 years ago, and now in meeting that requirement and other requirements, they've had to come back to us to talk about an equity injection, and this makes sense because as we've heard from them at various times, the infrastructure in our electrical distribution system is older. They maintained it as best they can, but the reality is it's getting to a point where they have to, over the next 5 to 10 to 15 and 20 years, start replacing it, and to do that requires money. So this makes sense. They seem to, they have a logical plan going forward, and the injection of capital is, it's not desperately needed, but it's needed in a scheduled basis, and I think this meets that requirement. So I'm comfortable with what I've heard from them in the meetings, that their intentions are to ensure that we have a good quality system, and it's being guided by what the regulations and the OEB tell them. And I think this is as good a plan as we're going to get from them, and I don't mean that in a disparaging manner. It's just the limitations, I think, of their system have made it awkward.
Any other questions?
Do you want to speak to the staff recommendation?
Sure.
Just if I may, just in terms of the staff recommendation and why we're recommending approval, while we can look at a variety of financial tools, I think it's incumbent on the board of directors to do their work in terms of governing this entity. And they have provided assurances to the treasurer and I that this will not impact their dividend payment to us or the interest on the guaranteed, and it wouldn't impact the customers. That being said, that on a go-forward basis, I think sharing the quarterly report publicly through the Corporate Services Committee would be helpful, and also just greater kind of transparency between the entity and the shareholder would be helpful. But at the end of the day, the responsibility lies with the board, and they feel that they can manage it, and that's why the request came forward. And to be clear, it came forward because the shareholder agreement requires the shareholder's approval due to this amount. But I would say borrowing in terms of capital reinvestment is not a terrible strategy, just a question of that they need those funds now, and we weren't necessarily aware at the shareholders meeting. So just to clarify why staff, I wrote the report with the assistance of the treasurer, why we're comfortable moving forward, because one, the board is ultimately responsible and it is a separate entity, and secondly, it will not impact dividends, interest on that we get from the entity, or client rates.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, council. Moving on to external boards and county reports. E1, Renfrew County Council Summary, August 30th, 2023. I will turn it over to Reeve Emo for a very brief summary.
It'll be very brief. August, thank you. I recognize the prompt. August 30th, County Council met, and there was a lot of talk about AMO and delegations. And I gave you the same message about this is probably one of the most interesting round of delegations in terms of the freewheeling conversations with ministers and parliamentary assistants. Also, County Council received a delegation on development charges, and we had a bunch of questions, so it's going back. I expect we'll be making a decision sometime in October, or probably November, about it. Rose Gruntz, the Deputy Clerk, Executive Assistant, retired, and we've hired Gwen Dombrowski, who was previously with the Madawaska Valley, as the new Deputy Clerk and Executive Assistant. Very quickly, if you go to Community Services on page 3, the rent increases are talked about 2.5%, but then we added another $10 per month for units with some exceptions. and those exceptions are based on the agreements at the time we added them to the portfolio. Some of them come in at different times, and they have different mortgages because they were held by the province. So there's a whole series of agreements. 140 more daycare spots we're looking to add into Arnprior, licensed. One of the things we presented to the province was that we had 0 licensed childcare spaces for 2023. So we've asked for, we asked for 240 more, and we should hear more in October about that. The Violence Against Women initiative, you'll see the response the county has put together with regards to the recommendations on the Culleton, Cusack, and Warmerdon inquest. We were doing we got 131,000, so we're sharing it with Lanark County to talk about rural county inclusion pilot projects. What we're worried about is that smaller municipalities don't have the bench strength or the capacity to suddenly develop a rural, like an inclusion diversity strategy. So what we're hoping to do is have a template that we can just hand out, and they can modify it a little bit so it'll cut their workload rather than getting ignored, because there's only so much room on everybody's desk and things get pushed off very quickly if we're not careful. Taste of the Valley, Calabogie, September 9th, and so I'm told they had actually 70 vendors and nearly 1,000 visitors. Deep River is the 30th, Cobden is October 14th, and Pembroke's December 16th. It's a holiday edition. Just flipping through very quickly, Health Committee operations, just some talk about money, spending money, and contribution to Township of McNabb-Braeside. And kudos to Director Aslan. We're still using that agreement that we hammered out for Raglan Street with other municipalities, and they're very appreciative of the work you did because they don't want to do it. So with that, that's what I can report to you this time.
Thank you. Any questions for the Weave? Hearing none. Moving on to E2. Power generation. That Renfrew Town Council support the efforts of the Board of Renfrew Power Generation in finding a solution which does not significantly negatively impact the finances of RPG between 2030 and 2037 as a result of the unilateral and one-size-fits-all imposition of small hydro programs, and further that the Mayor provide a letter to the Minister of Energy requesting a meeting with the representatives for Renfrew Power Generation and the power producers of Eagleville and Mississippi Mills to discuss transitional concerns and possible solutions. Mover, please. Councillor Anderdick, seconded by Reeve-Emo. Any questions about this? Councillor LeGray?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, and I'm not sure who I can direct it to. You, yeah, Reeve-Emo, okay.
Yeah, I wrote the letter.
And I'm not trying to put you on.
They asked me to write the letter, so I wrote the letter.
Okay, well, I just have some concerns with what's in the letter, and I don't know if that's something we should be discussing now or maybe down the road with RPG representatives. Yeah, maybe. I just have some questions in here, and I would like to maybe have somebody here from maybe, instead of putting you on the spot right now, which is not fair, have RPG here. Is that possible, or down the road?
Yeah, they'd be willing to. The information, the gap between 2030 and 2037 is a substantial risk to the viability of the corporation. So that's why we're acting 6 years in advance.
Yeah.
And we think it's a fairly simple fix. And in short, and you'll see they can bring you a variety of graphs and stuff, but in short what happened was when the contract was let, when Thomas Lowe was rebuilt, the contract was let based on the borrowing of the day and operating, so the contract was tailored to them. The contract didn't start right away. It got delayed by about 3.5 years or 4 years. So that's our argument is, look, if that would have started on time, if they would have matched up, the gap wouldn't be as much at the end. And so essentially what we're suggesting to them is go ahead, keep the old contract in place until the debt's paid down. Then we can survive and make the business whole with the new rates. And so Mississippi Mills and Eganville have a similar issue. So they made presentations and we're asking for a meeting. So in short, we can get you a more detailed briefing, but I can reassure you that it's not something we're very comfortable with, and we've been working on it pretty hard for the last, I guess, 6 to 8 months. bumping into a variety of ministers at AMO and standing in the hallway and griping at them about it and saying there's an easy fix has been one of our strategies, and the other strategy has been to ask for the meeting with the three. So all three municipalities or two municipalities have sent in letters, and we're hoping that the town will too, to force a meeting so we can say, look, Minister, this is pretty small potatoes when you've got 200 plus that are doing okay and 3 that could do poorly, but this small fix will make them healthy. So, but we can get more information.
Yeah, no, it sounds like you're on it, so perfect, thanks.
So we're okay with the letter and doing this, or you want them to come first?
No, I'm okay with the letter, yeah.
Everybody else, good to go?
We'll set them up to bring them in.
Yeah, just down the road,
Okay.
thanks.
Yep. So all in favor? Carried, thank you, council. On to F. That Renfrew Town Council confirm the minutes of council dated August 29th, 2023. Mover, please. Councilor Gee, second by Councilor McWhorter. Any questions about the minutes? All in favor? Carried, thank you. On to H1. Motion. Motion of which notice has been previously given. Sidewalk action plan. That Renfrew Town Council directs staff to bring forward a report to the Infrastructure, Public Works, and Asset Management Committee prior to 2024 budget with regards to sidewalks in the town, including maintenance, reconstruction, winter plowing, risk management, and general overview. Mover, please.
That's Councillor McDonald's.
Councilor McDonald, seconded by Councilor McWhorter. Any questions? Do you want to say anything?
Sorry, I missed that. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to see maybe we can prioritize the older parts of town, because that's what sort of this is directed towards. Also, I spoke to the director today with regard to maybe a different plan of attack, and I'll send you an email, CAO, in terms of the approach we have with the businesses with downtown, in the downtown corridor for winter snow removal. It seems to be a subject that keeps popping up, but no, I like where we're going to go with this, and I think the Reeve talked about a revolving 5-year strategy with regard to what we're going to be doing. So thank you very much.
Great. All in favor of this? Carried. Thank you, council. Any notice of motion? Councilor McDonald?
Yep, thank you. I just intend to bring forward a motion for consideration.
Any other notices? Councilor Anderdick?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I intend to bring forward a motion for consideration on September 26th to direct the CAO to prepare for an external financial review of both Renfrew Hydro Incorporation, RHI, and Renfrew Power Generation, RPG.
Thank you. Anything else? Hearing none? All right, moving on.
No, I'd like to...
Oh, another one?
Yeah, sorry, same thing. I intend to bring forward a motion for consideration on September 26th to request the Board of Directors for both Renfrew Hydro and Renfrew Power Generation to bring changes to their meeting procedures and greater transparency, similar to what has taken place perhaps with the town of Renfrew, but I leave it up with staff.
Great. Okay. Any others? Hearing none. Going on to closed. K.2.
There's an extra C at the end of S.
Hmm?
WCSC Consulting.
That Renfrew Town Council convene in closed session with CAO Deputy Clerk Robert Trombley and Tammy Carruthers, WCSC Consulting, remaining in the room pursuant to the following sections of Municipal Act 2001. 2, Section 239B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and 2, Section 239D, labor relations or employee negotiations, more specifically how it relates to HR general update and staffing implications associated with ongoing reviews. Mover, please. Councilor McWhorter, second by Councilor Legree. All in favor? We are now enclosed. It is 8:29.